notification is gonna go up. There it is. Alright, we're picking up where we left off last time. A ways into our item-only Nuzlocke. I think I did a lot of unnecessary stuff last time, to be honest. The main stuff that we have to concern ourselves with right now, we have two main things. One is the gym over here, which would be nice to do. The other thing that we need to concern ourselves with is whether we're going to try to make our way down to Fuchsia City. Oh, right, we can't. I keep forgetting that that's a thing. That I can't head down to Fuchsia City until I get the item that lets me clear the Snorlax. Okay, so it might only be the... whatchamacallit. It might only be the gym. And I did do some thinking about a couple of important things. So last time we picked up the TM for Psychic. And as it stands, I'm pretty sure we're going to want to hang on to that specifically for Starmie. Because if my research was correct, we only get one TM for Psychic in this game. For some reason I thought we could get it from the game corner. And I am going to double check that, but if we can only get one TM for Psychic, then we're going to want it on Starmie to sweep Agatha. Yeah, okay. We are probably going to want to do some, game corner grinding here. Because, like, not right away, but eventually, because we're gonna want some, whatchamacallit. We're gonna want some of the TMs that they have. Anyway, I think our first stop for now is going to be Celadon Gym. Try and clear out some trainers. One sec. Sorry about that. I was Also, I did some checking and I confirmed that Jigglypuff can't learn Soft Boiled by level up. So, the only move in Clefairy's moveset that we care about holding on for is probably just Cosmic Power at level 33. We don't really have a reason to care about getting Moonlight, and Meteor Mash isn't a particularly good move. What's your nature do again? Plus defense minus speed F. So yeah, Cosmic Power would be nice, but isn't strictly required. And Moonlight is just completely unnecessary. Let's see here. Pikachu will learn Thunderbolt at level 26, and I think that's the last thing we care about it learning. I don't think we need agility on a speedy electric type. Porygon, we can't actually evolve anyway. Nidoqueen is already fully evolved, but she will learn Superpower at 43, which would be nice. Now, Weepinbell is the tricky one because it doesn't learn Razor Leaf until level 37. And I think we want to save the Giga Drain TM for Exeggutor if we can. Just because it's a generally better Pokemon. My bad, it doesn't learn it to level 42 because it's a Weepinbell and I was looking at Bellsprout's page. Oh, right, I also wanted to look up a couple of these held items. Metal Coat. Nope, no Metal Coat until the post-game. And I'm pretty sure it's the same with Dragon Scale. Yep. And that means it's almost guaranteed to be the same with King's Rock. Yep. Okay. So we definitely can't evolve those. For some reason, I wasn't sure. Hey, either way, Onix can take normal type attacks, which makes it potentially useful for pivoting. The big one here is that we need to make sure we don't screw things up with how we use Vulpix. So I would like to get it a couple of levels while we're clearing out the upcoming gym. But I don't want to have... we definitely don't want to have it die, because it can almost certainly just sweep Erica. Okay. There's one thing I want to check while I'm thinking about it. Do we maybe want... Because I think we can buy the Fire Blast TM here. Oh, I should also sell some stuff. I guess we can't buy Fire Blast here. Now that I think about it, that's a reward for a gym, so I don't know why I was thinking we could. We could get the Flamethrower TM. Hang on. I am just going to mash buttons and just see how it goes. So for what it's worth, I did a tiny bit of research before starting the stream on how the slot machines work. And apparently, in this game, each of the slot machines has a random seed, which determines the luck on a given slot machine. And the fact that we've gotten 2 jackpots so far makes me think that this one's probably decently lucky. That's 3 jackpots. But then again, this is also partly skill-based, so who really knows? I don't really know how the luck factor works on this one. But I have been playing a lot of Luck Be a Landlord, so I should be amazing at this because I've spent so much time on slot machines lately. This is such a fitting theme for this. Like that, though, I feel like it was trying to give it to me, it just wasn't quite lining up. Still, we've already doubled our money. I mean, this would be way worse if I wasn't on speed up mode, but... Yeah, this theme is a good choice for this game. So yeah, the seed for the luck on the slot machines is apparently set once you sit down at them, so you, or maybe it's when you enter the room. I can't remember which it's set on Wikipedia. But either way, it does feel like this is a pretty lucky machine. So if I was getting bad luck, I would want to consider getting up and moving to a different slot machine to try and find one that had good luck. But I don't think that's necessary here. Never actually done this in speed up mode before. It's really pretty satisfying to just mash through the buttons. Not much to see here, but... been a minute since I got a jackpot. Feels like the 777s just don't feel like lining up right now. Even at this speed, it takes a while for the 777s to pay out, so you can imagine how long it took on the original. The thing is, as long as you're getting the occasional win in between getting 777s, it doesn't matter that much what else you're encountering. Oops. I didn't put in all three there. I really do need to get a Wii to HDMI adapter so that I can stream some of the old GameCube games I have, because I have Pokemon XC and Coliseum. And it's like, how have I not streamed those? I've been doing this for years now. Those are some of my favorite games. Plus there are weird options, like, I know I still have the Hobbit video game. I think I still have the Avatar video game. Oh, I can't even remember what that one's called. The Last Airbender, not the dumb blue people. I'm sorry, that's overly harsh. Like, the movie is a special effects showcase and nothing more, but it's not a bad movie. It just annoys me how many people hear Avatar and think that instead of, The Last Airbender. One of the greatest TV shows of all time. Ooh, nice. I don't think I've gotten a single... Oh, I did just get a triple Pikachu. I was about to say, I don't think I've gotten a single triple Pikachu, but... The game was more than happy to prove me wrong once I was calling it out. Sorry about that. Although I still don't know if I've gotten triple rockets, or triple R wings, or whatever they're supposed to be called. Welcome to the stream, B. We are playing a slot machine. Gamble responsibly, kids. Remember, 99% of gamblers quit before they win big. Welcome to the stream, Rafton. I really am just mashing buttons here. If it was something skill-based, I would do it differently, but for the most part, this is primarily luck, and I am willing to just play the quantity over quality game here. Back when I used to do this on, like, just on my own as a kid, I would try and play it skillfully, but I couldn't speed things up back then. See, that's the kind of roll that I'm looking for. Just need a couple more jackpots so that I can get... I think I want to be somewhere a couple hundred above 5,000, so that if I have to come back here, I already have funding for it. So I'd say there's a pretty decent chance we wind up spending at least 5,000 here. I do love when I actually get the 777s, because that means I can take my hands off the keyboard for a minute. Ugh, I'm kinda sore today. Let's stand. I think one more 777 and we will call it there. Wow, that was good timing. I'm so tempted to keep going just because this does seem to be a really lucky machine. And I don't know what my odds are of finding a similarly lucky machine. Oh, I didn't check the prices. I'm gonna keep going. Hang on, here we go. Oh wow, that is way more expensive than I thought. Yeah, we definitely want to keep going. For some reason I thought they were in like the 1500s or something. But no, that's mostly the Pokémon. Now this is weird. So, which Pokemon you can get from the game corner? The level that you can get Pokemon from the game corner varies based on which game you're in. So in Fire Red, Abra and Clefairy are level 9, but in LeafGreen they're level 7. So yeah, the TMs are in the 4,000-ish range. So I actually want like 9,500, I think, for the minimum of what I'm going for here. Can I get... I'm checking something. Can I get Shadow Ball anywhere else? No. Do I have any Pokemon who want Shadow Ball? Nada. Not planning on going with a physical evolution, so no. Not Porygon. Okay, yeah, it really doesn't look like I care about Shadow Ball. Also, interestingly, because this is an item-only thing, like, this wouldn't apply until the post-game anyway, but we can't get an Umbreon. What I'm going for right now, I think... Actually, it's kind of a tough call. I was leaning toward picking up Flamethrower for Clefairy so that I could have 2 Pokemon using it. But the more I think about it, the more I think if this grind is going to take so long, it might be more worthwhile. Oh, that's a good one. To pick up Ice Beam instead, because Thunderbolt and Ice Beam I can only get from here. Thunderbolt and Ice Beam I can only get from the game corner, and those are moves that I'm definitely going to want. So I'm going to want Ice Beam for Starmie at the minimum. I'm shaking my mind. Very intense music for some chill slot machine gameplay, I know. So yeah, I think based on what I want to buy, we want to be hanging at 8,500 or 9,000. So we'll probably shoot for 9,000. Okay, we're over 7K. You know, there's a part of me that wouldn't mind playing, like, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time on stream, but at the same time, I just feel like I know those games too well to make them particularly interesting streams. Like, I would have a blast. But I don't know how much fun they would be to watch. And I do occasionally try to strike that balance, even if I somewhat frequently pick games where, yes, I'm aware that I'm the only one who actually cares about the gameplay. That's usually because I'm forcing myself to actually finish the game rather than get 2/3 of the way through and then never finish because of anxiety or whatever. because I'm sure that we're going to finish this run well before Resident Evil 2 drops. We might finish this run before February even starts. In which case, it becomes a question of what to play after. So I do have a pretty sizable chunk of games that I would be so down to stream, but I'd have to pick one. Hey. We're approaching 8,000. Sometimes it really decides to take its sweet time between the jackpots. My back is so stiff right now. I suppose I would probably have fun streaming Majora's Mask. I do love going back through that game. It's been a while since I replayed it, but that's just because I don't do much gaming in front of my TV anymore. It's mostly at my PC. Even when I'm not on stream, I'm mostly a PC person nowadays. Jeez, that one took a long time to roll around. Okay, so if we get like 2 more of those reasonably quickly, we should be able to clear... Oh, actually no, we won't be able to clear 9,000. Still, 2 more of those reasonably quickly should put us in a pretty good spot. I want to clear 9,000. I'm not trying to just stretch this out. I just want like 500 left over after I make my purchases. Hey, there we go. Gonna let it all run down. Oh, right. I should also mention that there is absolutely nothing behind this poster. Wait, can I do this before? Hang on, can I do this before the gym? Oh, my handbag. Except I'm actually gonna swap you out for school bag. Which is kind of questionable. This thing could wind up with a guts boost. Okay. It's like I was going to outspeed it either way. I think the only thing I care about getting from this is, well, okay, there's the Poke Flute, and there's the item finder, or there are a couple of item finder items, and the TM for Sludge Bomb is a big one. Apparently the TM for Taunt is also here. Okay, well, anyway. Now that we have established that this is a Team Rocket-owned business, let's give them our money. So, we want Thunderbolt and Ice Beam. Yeah, so see, these guys are in the hundreds, these guys are in the thousands. And those are just random items. Okay, I am going to double check, make sure that nothing's improperly listed here. So, Ice Beam. And Thunderbolt. Because unfortunately, it doesn't look like Jolteon learns Thunderbolt on its own. I don't know why I'm going back to the Pokemon Center. You know, I actually feel like I remember doing this on a lot of casual playthroughs, just kind of like halfway clearing this gym, or this area. And then circling back to the gym once I got close to the level cap, and then full clearing the area. I should have a full team for this. At the very least, it would be handy to have a couple of Pokemon for death fodder. Alright, body bag, come on out. did not mean to bump into this guy. And for the life of me, I cannot tell you whether this is the guy with 2 Raticates. Or, oh wait, never mind. I had crosswise. This is the guy with 2 Raticates. Unfortunately, I feel like you can't use dig in here. I feel like I vaguely remember that being the case. Hang on. Get hideout Bulbapedia. Items. So I don't know if we're ever going to be able to get the item finder, because I can't recall if that one is from the... Oh, the whatchamacallit. Oh, wait, you're kidding me. Sludge Bomb is from Rocket HQ on 5 Island. For some reason, I thought it was available just in Rocket HQ. Well, that sucks. I really thought that somehow we were going to have a genuinely decent poison stab. Should have remembered that wasn't the case. Okay, so I don't... Yeah, we don't have a reason to go back there. Now we're on to this one. Oh, I didn't know we could turn this way. I probably shouldn't have been standing there just in case. I was looking at the other screen trying to figure out the path through. The sliding puzzle. Wait a second. Level 17 coffin. It does no self-destruct. Okay then. Wow, they really said screw Nuzlockers in this realm, or in this area. Well, screw you right back, I guess. Of course it poisons. I think the poison might buff rage. Nope. I realized that Rock Throw would have likely finished that sooner, but there was a chance for Rock Throw to miss, and I didn't want to risk that. His repeated misses could have turned into a real problem. Sorry, doing some quick organization. Okay, so... there's X-Speed, Moonstone, TM, and a Super Potion. I can't remember if we're allowed to use the elevator yet. Okay. So I don't think we have a reason to go through there yet. Which means we keep going down. So we might want to get past this guy, because I think there are items past him. Next time I go back to the Pokemon Center, I should swap Seed Bag out. I'm gonna want her for pivoting in... Some other parts of this area. I had looked that up, I didn't just remember that one. Okay, and let's see here. Oh, I really thought it was just going to start the battle, otherwise I wouldn't have taken that extra step. I was just holding it absent-mindedly. I really gotta stop assuming this stuff. A lot of the trainers in here are avoidable. Oh no. Well, that's guts boosted. And a crit. So the positive is that even a quick attack crit won't kill me. The downside is that I absolutely have to switch now. You know what? Let's send in Body Bag. He should actually take the hits really well. And level 20 Drowsy will know what? Confusion, Disable, Hypnosis, Panic. Right, I can work with that. I'm immune to hypnosis, buddy. Thanks to you. I didn't actually plan that, I just knew that I could deal with it if it happened. I shouldn't have gone for that, though, because now he's going to go for Disable. Gonna click this a few times until I get disabled. I don't want Psybeam winding up disabled. A nice crit. You know what? I have very few items that will actually benefit anyone. But that is one of them. Just barely. By giving her black glasses, if I happen to be in a situation where Thief is my best bet, and I'm not switching out, I can use the 10% power boost from black glasses to boost it to like 44 base power. And before anyone says it's 20%, it's not. In Gen 3, it's 10%. Alright, one more floor down. We're at the back half of the floor right now. Oh, did we actually fight Giovanni here? For some reason I didn't think we did that till Silphco, but no. No, we definitely do, except I'm dumb because I forgot to swap out Seed Bag. Not necessarily the best Pokemon to be using right here, it's just... I want to spread the XP around. Jeez, I'm really not good at making that turn. Which is a sad thing to say in a fairly slow-paced tile-based video game. Okay, so on this floor, got Max Ether. There's the lift key, which I think is dropped by someone when we beat them up. Calcium. Okay, where are those Pokeballs? Netball. Right next to Giovanni. Okay. Alright, let's get this lift key. I think we just Psybeam. If it doesn't one-shot, we Psybeam again. Yeah. No point in using conversion if we weren't going to be staying in for several attacks. And this one... swapping Pikachu. already battled you. Can I access the lift here? No, I can't. Alright, so back up to here, and then we have to go down a level to get the lift. Hang on. Gonna heal up, because Pikachu took a good chunk of damage there. No need to rush. We have speed up mode after all. We can get to and from the Pokemon Center pretty dang quick. First things first, I think we'll go up a level. Deal with the folks up there. I'm just gonna clear them. No sense in messing around if I'm going to have a chance of coming back through here. Okay, that is not who I expected, but... Oh, thank you. That was by far the least harmful thing it could have done. And it set me up for a nice, clean kill on the coffin in the back. And I think we're going to use the same strategy on the next person, assuming I bump into him. Okay, this is the fight that I thought we were going to encounter right there. You want to use Disable? Dang it. Level 21, does it still remember Disable? Yes, it does. Although it also remembers Poison Gas, so maybe I should just start attacking. Wow, that is the second Drowsy I've put against while I've been in here. Right, that room. I have already cleared that. I couldn't remember if I had. Alright. Basement 4. I think there's a bit of a gauntlet before facing Giovanni, if I recall correctly. Did I already pick up TM49? Snatch, yes I did. All that's left is any remaining trainers and Giovanni himself and the items in his room. Okay, I guess right as to the order of these guys. Oh, the one thing I didn't want you to do. We're gone for defense curl or scratch. I could have countered it very nicely. You had to go make it annoying. I am shocked that didn't... I'm shocked that didn't poison. The next one will. Clicked on a different tab. As much as I want to use moves, or as much as I want to just do the next fight, let's dig back out real quick. You know what? We're just gonna take care of this right now. I don't think there's really a value in keeping Pikachu at that level. Like, would I like the extra XP to work with? Sure, but I don't think it's worth enough to not have Thunderbolt and Raichu. It's got a Pokemon that can actually do something. Even if it will probably be replaced later in the run. Because its entire role is claimed by something else. It's slightly tempting to swap Eevee in just because my Porygon is getting kind of high level right now. I don't want to play too close to it, to the level cap, but at the same time, we clear Giovanni and then we head, we clear Giovanni's trainer and then we head either to Giovanni or back out, but either way, when we fight Giovanni, we're gonna want Porygon over one of the throwaway options. Speaking of Giovanni, what is his Kangaskhan packing? So at that level, Mega Punch, Fake Out, Tail Whip, and Bite. So assuming he's got decent AI, I can probably bait him into going for Bite against... I can probably bait him for going for Bite against School Bag and Mega Punch against Body Bag, and bounce back and forth between those two until... getting everyone up to 26 feels like a good idea. I can probably bait him for bouncing between the wrong moves on those two until Poison Point activates on a Bite, which should hook Kangaskhan on a timer. Failing all else, I have Coin Purse and Handbag to fall back on, and they should be able to take hits from Kangaskhan reasonably well. Even if it is a pretty high-level Kangaskhan. Actually, come to think of it, there might be a simpler option. Oh, do I dare try and set up on this? The trouble is that my Grass type doesn't have a recovery option, which means it's going to get worn down, so I don't think I want to. Shopping bag, let's go. Let's do this. Of course he goes for Poison Sting and gets the poison. Nope, okay. Lock that in. What is this thing packing anyway? 23 Glare, Bite, Poison Sting, and it's like Leer. So Glare is annoying, especially paired with Bite, but at the same time... the rest shouldn't be a real issue. Okay, so we want Seed Bag back in the party. Because Raichu can barely hit anything on this guy's team. Actually, you know what? We will take Teabag. What if I tried to lock the Kangaskhan into Fake Out? Trouble is, Kangaskhan is pretty speedy. I don't think I would outspeed it to do that. If I could, then that would be great, because then I could send in Vulpix to burn it, but no. I don't think that's a good play. Okay, so we're gonna keep it nice and simple here. Yeah, just have Seed Bag go ahead and I think maybe set up a single growth on the Onix. Set up a single growth on the Onix. That should be enough to guarantee the one shot on Rhyhorn. Oh, it was supposed to be there. Oh, between the plants, not on the plants. Got a Nest Ball and a Netball. Nice. I'll be honest, I don't think I ever knew those were there. Let's take on Giovanni 1. I wonder what glitchless speedruns look like with this, or all badges speedruns, because I'm fairly certain that the speedrun of this game, like just unrestricted any percent, pretty much finds a way to bypass like the gates to Victory Road. I'm pretty sure there's an out of bounds trick that they use. So I really don't want to leave Seed Bag in front of Kangaskhan. Of course. Of course, it goes for the wrong move and gets a crit. Okay, we got the poison. That's all we really needed here. Because now we have the longevity to stall it out. Okay, I'm gonna set up an agility because I'm pretty sure I'm slower than this thing. And now I should be faster. Which lets me avoid bite finches. Or just hit it with a side beam to kill. So we were definitely a little underleveled for that fight. You know what's sad? If I had known that he was going to go for bite there at the start, I could have just stayed in and tried to click poison powder. Okay. If we go back to Lavender Town, go to the Pokemon Tower. The only trainer in there... Okay, there are a few trainers in there, actually. Like, our rival isn't really the big issue. I mean, Kadabra is still kind of scary, but we have some decent counterplay for it. Growlithe is just a free switch for... Growlithe is just a free switch for Vulpix. Oh, do we want to do that? I'm really pretty tempted. But at the same time, I think it's important that we clear the path to the gym leader first, just to make sure we know how much level cap we're working with. Okay, so in terms of Pokemon who absolutely shouldn't be in the fight against this gym leader. Or the gym trainers. Onyx is top of the list. So this becomes a question now of how well do I remember the layout of this gym. Okay, it looks like the minimum encounters we're gonna get going in here is 2. Though I am tempted to go out of my way for a couple of them, just because this is one of the only places where we can actually get a decent supply of special attack EVs. For example, this level 20 for Bulbasaur and Ivysaur should be pretty manageable for... handbag. Even teabag. Why am I getting so many spam calls today? What the crap? I promise you I was not peeking in here earlier. Unless you're talking about when I was just standing there, but I was just looking at a map of the room. I should still be able to take this fine. Even if it had crit, I wouldn't be in range. I was going to click quick attack, but then it occurred to me that I'm a Vulpix that might not have killed. license. That water was less expensive than the... was less expensive than an antidote would have been. Now the level 23 Oddish and Gloom. Similar scenario. Except the Gloom literally won't have an attacking move. That's just rude. Just because you lose to them doesn't mean you shouldn't like them. All this Gloom has are Sweet Scent and 3 powder moves. That's all the moves it has. Which makes it a relatively easy thing to handle with Teabag. Okay, let's clear through a couple other trainers. I can do so pretty safely. Oh, wow. As long as it's locked into confusion, it's not really a threat. Although I do have to play around the crit. Reflect wore off, so as much as I should be good to go, I'm gonna play it safe. Like, I was definitely going to kill, but the paranoid part of my brain decided to play it safe rather than take the risk that my initial critical hit was also, like, a super high roll, and that everything else was going to be a super low roll or something. I should have gone for dig. So the thing is, I don't think it can actually do any damage to me. Hang on a sec, so... Oh, it does have wrap. Can it do enough damage with wrap to KO me before I wake up? No, literally not. Even if it got back-to-back-to-back crits, and I slept for as long as possible, I don't think that would kill. So the positive is that if it goes for sleep powder, I just need to wait for it to wake up. The negative is that it will get off a sweet scent or two, making sure that every subsequent powder move will hit. But it can't damage me right now. Because its only damaging option is poison powder. So we should see back-to-back Bellsprouts based on how it's selecting the next Pokemon. Because Bellsprout has a damaging move. Real. Okay, we're just gonna lock it into that so that we can bring Vulpix in without any risk of getting poisoned. Also, I haven't pointed it out, but my luck with not getting full parrot has actually been kind of insane this run. Like the entire run, knocking on wood. I think this desk is wood. It might be fake. There we go. Okay, then we got another person with Bellsprouts. That cutscene is so long. Alright. One last gym trainer, which I would like Teabag to deal with. Solo, if possible. Of course, it heavily depends on how long it takes me to get poisoned. You know, come to think of it, since she's leading Bellsprout, I really should have been leading Schoolbag. Now this is risky, because if I get full parrot underground, that's just a wasted move. And Wrap is chipping me down. But I wanted to try it to see if I could get one shot, because I don't think Body Slam would. Okay, I'm pretty sure this thing is going for Sweet Scent, because I'm already statused. Oh, nope. It's okay though, I can Encore Absorb too. That works just as well. That's weird. It shouldn't have Absorb. I guess this one doesn't have its level up moveset. It has presumably a specifically chosen moveset. A nice little loop. Welcome back, Rafkin. Your internet went out for a bit? That sucks. Always annoying. actually do want to go for conversion first, because it would be best to hit this thing, to take this thing down in one shot. And I don't know if non-stab side moon would quite pull that off. Well, now it's a slightly more annoying scenario. I just don't want to take like a crit overgrow boosted Razor Leaf. Okay, so we've cleared out the gym. Just a nice thing to have taken care of. I don't know why I got off the bike in order to do that. I think I may have just bumped the button, but I wasn't really paying that much attention to what my fingers were doing. Okay. So, now let's turn our attention back to Lavender Town and the Pokemon Tower and figure out what our plan is for the rival fight. So, first things first. We definitely want our flyer just to get there. And I think we're gonna want shopping bag as well. On the other hand, I don't think we particularly want Teabag in the party. It matches up well into Execute, but Execute is mainly a status spammer at that level, and if we get hit by Hypnosis and Leech Seed, like, it might not even manage to attack it. Although, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Growlithe switches is a free switch in, like I already said. Kadabra is still tricky just because it hits so hard, but it still only knows Confusion. We'll probably switch someone back into the party once we get there. Probably Nidoqueen. The trouble is, Nidoqueen fares pretty poorly into some of the harder Pokemon in this matchup. Now, the positive is that Wartortle has a pretty bad moveset right now. It has Rapid Spin, Bite, Water Gun, and Withdraw, which is fairly manageable, to be honest. Alright, let's think through this matchup. So if I lead Pidgeotto, who is likely to come out second? It might be Growlithe with Takedown. Yeah, it will probably be Growlithe with Takedown. That gives me a safe switch into Teabag, although Growlithe can roar me out. Oh, except Oh, no, Growlithe doesn't have takedown at this level. So we got Ember, Confusion, Confusion again, and Bite. So if it takes into account Stab, it's going to send in Execute first, or after it's going to send Execute in against Shopping. If it doesn't, which I know some games don't, then it'll be Wartortle. If it's Wartortle, that's just another easy one-shot. If it's Execute, that thing is a little bit trickier to deal with. I probably just have to try and pivot Coin Purse in on something that I can Encore it into. In order to try and get a safe switch in for hopefully Teabag, maybe Handbag, or School Bag. I don't think it's possible to slip past this guy. What is Pidgeotto carrying anyway? I didn't actually look. Whirlwind, Quick Attack, Gust, and Sand Attack. Negative, Shopping is still insanely frail. Positive. Pikachu, or Pidgeotto gets one shot by Thunderbolt. Alright, so we should have a completely safe switch into Teabag. Worst thing it can do is roar us out. Of course, it probably also... Wait, no, it has Intimidate. I know this. Why am I going for the wrong move? So even though it resists, I am more likely than not going to deal more damage with Ember. Especially after the Flash Fire boost. No, I want the Flash Fire boost back. Oh, we're speed type. Oh no, it's using roar. No, no, it's not. Dude, I just want my flash fire boost back. There we go. Jeez. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Even with Sab and Flash Fire boost, this thing must have higher special defense than physical. It was still gonna take 2 hits. Or 1 hit like that. To take him out, regardless of whether I went for quick attack or Ember at that point. Oh, that is just about a perfect range for that to land in. Because now I can 2KO it without ever getting it into Torrent range. Okay. So I think at this point, yeah, the play is to go with Coin Purse. Try and lock it into something useless. Okay, I can work with that. How much damage does Psybeam do? Not too much. I think our best bet for Kadabra is actually just to deal with the fact that we're probably going to get Leech Seeded. Any chance of a clutch confusion on our side, like against them? Yeah. Oh, wow. I mean, I'll take it. It didn't help, but I will take it. I think we KO here, but if we don't, we'll want to take a turn to recover. Oh yeah, I want to see what he does now. There is a minute chance that we outspeed, but I'm just going to hit recover. I probably should have gone for agility there. Oh, as annoying as it is, I'm probably gonna have to swap out just to recycle, just to get rid of Leech Seed and these accuracy drops. Purse. Please don't hit yourself. Okay, we can work with that. So, swap in handbag. Agility. Use recover. And we use conversion. Okay, we are back into a functional position. Because now it's not going to keep restoring health. That was the issue. Its choice to spam Kinesis was going to be a problem because we were inaccurate. Or because we were leech seeded. It could just roll the RNG to see if it could stall us out of all of our sidings. That said, it is getting kind of insanely lucky with these Kinesises, because it hasn't missed one, and we have missed multiple moves, and Kinesis is 80% accurate. It's hit like 5 of them. Oh, you piece of crap. I have to wait to be not disabled. And there's a crit. That's why we're doing this with handbag. think that was just disable missing. I don't actually think it failed. It could have, because I didn't use a move the previous turn, but... we'll see. Okay. That was annoying. I'm trying to remember. I think we might actually be able to dig out of the Pokemon Tower. I can't recall for certain, but that might be a thing. Anyway, we're probably gonna try and take out a couple of Pokemon higher up. Again, this is just about clearing out the trainers that are in our way while we're still under the level cap. So I don't think this person is a trainer, because Cerebi isn't showing anyone else on this floor. Regardless... third floor. Don't care about items. Which means we just want the bottom path. Actually, can we get past this? Yes, we can. Without battling anyone. So that item up there was just an escape rope. Oh, I remember this place being a great place to train because there's like a little circle that you can step into on one of the slightly higher floors that lets you fully heal. Anyway, this floor, it's like we've got a double ghastly. But apparently... Ooh, do I want to go for that Great Ball? Maybe. If we go up and around, we can... Okay. Hang on. There are wild Pokemon here, which we wouldn't be able to see without the Silph Scope. Yeah, so this place is like a great place, especially to train special attack EVs, which a lot of Pokemon in this game need. Oh my. Do the wild Pokemon in here know mean look? The Ghastly does. What about the Haunter? It's guaranteed level 20. Yes, it does. Okay, that's really dangerous, actually. I should absolutely be repelling for the moment. And I know I have repels. So as handy as those Pokemon are for the level up, if I can't safely KO them, becomes a problem. Because they all know curse as well. Honestly, the fact that this is at level 24... Oh, wait. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, it doesn't know me. It knows Spite. Okay, on this floor, there's a cleanse tag, which is probably something we want to pick up. And... Pokemon Tower items... There is a mushroom that I'd also kind of like to grab while we're here. Channeler Ruth. I don't know which one is Channeler Ruth, but 1 square north, 4 squares west. Okay, she's the first one, which means there's a good chance... 1 north, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, not that one. Oh, come to think of it, I can't even encounter that one first. Okay. I think the cleanse tag is the thing right in the middle there. Ah, this should be Channeler Ruth. Yeah, so this handy heal spot saves so much time going back and forth from the Pokemon Center. It's actually nuts. Hey, there we go. And then the nugget is also on the floor. Okay, rather than dealing with the risk when it comes to Ruth, I think I'm just gonna battle her. She only has a Ghastly. I should be able to deal with it fine. How does the cleanse tag actually work? Cleanse tag. Gen 3 and 4 decreases the encounter rate by 1/3. Okay, that's not terrible, but it's not reliable. It's not as reliable as Repel, which means it is actually kind of terrible. I won't be using it. stick to repelling. So, important rule here. Absolutely do not stay in when you're confused. These guys can kinda just stall you out. So the nice thing is that this thing can't crit with Nightshade. However, I do definitely want to swap out before getting hit with Curse or something. Like that. Although I guess it would have ended the battle if it hit me with Curse anyway. So it might not have been an issue, but who knows how much who knows how much it would have done if I had hit myself in confusion there. There's a nugget over here. Screw it, just battle the person. I'm gonna set the oven to preheat so I can get some food. I'm getting hungry. I am kind of just using this as a training space for Teabag. Oh, hi, Cubone. I can't tell you how many times as a kid I spent hours hunting for a Cubone with a big club in this game. Heck yeah. And this is one that we absolutely want. Alright, well, we're ready to sweep Erica's gym now. Admittedly, our special attack IV of 3 is not going to help with that process. I'll be right back. Okay, so I don't think we want to finish up this floor just yet. Because if we did, we'd have to fight our way past like a level 30 Marowak or something. And once we've done that, we just end up fighting more Team Rocket people. And even though Boomerang's attack stat isn't actually that high, we don't have a great matchup into ground types right now. So instead, we're just going to take a second, clear out a couple more Pokemon, or a couple more trainers. Yeah, that's ominous. I'm questioning whether I started the time. It's okay, good. The timer is going. Significantly decreasing the chances of my turning my food into a smoldering pile of ash. It's honestly really nice when an opponent only has one Ghastly and they go for Curse turn 1. So if you're just firing off a strong attack, they've already done half the work for you. It makes landing the one-hit kill pretty simple, to be honest. I want to actually stick around here for a minute, just because, like I said, this is a good place to train special attack, and I haven't had many opportunities to do that, I say as I run away from a Pokemon that would have given me special attack EVs. They love going for spite on Seed Bag more than anyone else. Like, they seem to always lead that option. Alright. Got that taken care of. I'd kind of like to do some training for Eevee in there too, but we won't worry about it for now. We don't need Eevee ready for the next gym battle. Went to the wrong bag. Alright, let's go take on that gym. So as my plan currently stands, I intend to go in, click Flamethrower 3 or 4 times, and leave. Alright, despite my bravado in stating my plan, I do think I want to look at Erica's actual moveset. So, her lead Victory Bell has Stun Spore, Acid, and Giga Drain. Poison Powder and Giga Drain. Tangela has Poison Powder, Ingrain, Constrict, and Giga Drain. And Vileplume has Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Giga Drain, and Acid. You know what? Sticking with the plan. It is worth remembering when facing Erica that her lead and her ace are the same level, which puts her overall level kind of high on average. But somehow I feel like this might just work. That's fine. Hyper Potion and a full heal. I can deal with either or. Wow. It took me 5 flamethrowers to clear that gym when I had guessed 2 to 3. What a terrible performance on my part. Alright, that is Erica dealt with, which means Koga is the next gym leader we're up against. Which means we're gonna have to finish clearing out Pokemon Tower, and we're gonna have to clear out, we're gonna have to make our way down Cycling Road, or, I guess, Route 114. That is an interesting question. Which path do I want to go? I think it's Route 114 that I'm thinking about. So tired today. Alright, so checking our options. Well, actually, we have no options until we go and deal with the tower, so... See, there's a part of me that would really love to do a height lock in these games, but then there's the part of me that's actually looked ahead and seen what the encounters are for that idea, and they're pretty bad. I don't know if we would actually have access to any fully evolved Pokémon. Also, it looks like our current level cap is 43, so it's gone up quite a bit. However, that is the level cap for the next 2 gyms, which means we're going to want to unlock everything that is on the way to the next 2 gyms. Before we hit that level cap. This is a scripted fight against the ghost of a Marowak. Well, that did a lot more than I was expecting. And now we're gonna switch. is this thing so insanely strong? I think I actually need to sack Onyx here. I just don't dare switch back in on what might turn out to be, like, crit, bone meringue or something. Goodbye, body bag. You were present. I do have a plan in case it wasn't obvious. That Leer was going to cause problems if it went for Bone Meringue. Okay, so Onyx is going to get healed when we stop at the rest point on our way back through here. But Onyx is dead. I just don't want to go all the way back out of the tower before continuing. I mean, I could do so pretty quickly with Dig, I suppose. Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure I know where the items are in this. Oh dang, double pair. I'm gonna take a wild guess here. I really thought he was gonna go for disable there. Hey, there we go. Unfortunately, I think the old man drags me out of this place before I can pick up the item that he's standing on. Yep. Okay. We're gonna speed through this because I want that item. Really? I have to have the item finder? Okay. I need to double check how I actually get the item finder. I need 30 Pokemon. I don't even know if I've got that many encounters in the run. Okay, folks, we are going to take a quick bathroom break before I try and puzzle out that math problem. And then we will be back. Sorry for the delay, folks. Alright, let's try and figure this out. So, first of all, how many Pokédex entries do I have? 17. And when we take into account the Pokemon that I am still in the process of evolving, 18, 19, 20. So if I were to evolve all of my current Pokemon immediately, I would get up to 20. I think there's a reasonable chance that I'm gonna find the item finder, but... or that I'm going to get the item finder eventually. But yeah, it's gonna be annoying. Now the question becomes, which route do I take to get down there? So, I go west through Route 16. That would have me going down Cycling Road, which is tricky. Just because there are some dangerous trainers on Cycling Road, including a guy with a level 33 Wheezing, which is high level and no self-destruct. It's definitely the faster route. It's just a question of safety. Yeah, and like once we get onto Cycling Road, there's a guy with a Machamp, another guy with coughing and wheezing, someone with Voltorb. Just feels like I would be dodging a lot of self-destruct on that route. Whereas, if we go south from here, down Route 12, and through routes 13 and 14. That could also work. Real quick, level 30 Snorlax that we have to get past. Okay, shouldn't be an issue. Let's get our party back to full. Well, you know what? I'll leave the other two in the box for now. I don't think either of them would make a massive difference in how we go about these routes. They would get... Ugh. They would give us some spare XP to work with, but that's not really a concern right now. We've got 14 levels before the next level cap. Oh. Luckily, these guys are all intended to be fought. Like, these guys are all accessible pretty early here. had to check when these things land orange. It won't affect me either way because, well, I'm higher level than them, but... Oh, you jerk. I can't remember if Shelter is accessible in this game. Looks Fire Red exclusive. Yep. Now, unfortunately, while we can visit the house with the super rod on the way down here, I don't think we can get it because I think we have to have the good rod to get the super rod. Where's my juice? Water, there we are. Okay. And we'll go with school bag. The downside is that this thing has Chestoberry. The positive is that if we can get it to rest, I'm pretty sure its AI isn't good enough to consistently go for Snore. Okay, that's the matchup. That went better than I could have really hoped for, even. Oh, okay, I was wrong. I was fully incorrect. Y'all want to spend some time on this route, fishing for a 1% encounter rate Slowpoke to lock in a Dupe and be a sacrificial Pokemon? And literally nothing else? Oh yeah, this guy likes it if you show him very large Magikarp. It's TM48. Skill swap. Apparently that's here. Okay, now let's see what some of the adjacent routes have now that we have this new rod. So it doesn't look like Route 11 has anything. We'll want a good rod for some of these because, like, good rod is how we can get Horsey. We can't get it with the super rod. Vermilion City, what about you? Oh, right, we want to hold off on Vermilion. Because we really don't want to lock ourselves out of Staryu. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the move set on Staryu, because we'll want to be thinking about when exactly to evolve that thing. Anyway, we don't want Vermilion yet, because we want to lock in the Horsey and Slowpoke dupes before then. Although there are at least a decent number of locations. Well, there are 3 without us going to the Sevi Isles, which I hadn't planned on. Anyway. Route 6. I feel like I remember Route 6 having something useful. Right. So Route 6 is a good chance of picking up a Poliwhirl or Poliwag. There is a small chance of picking up a Slowpoke there. But if we did, that would just open up more locations for us to pick up a Poliwhirl or Poliwag, I think. It's clean. Why is there a bug in here? But I think what I was planning was to try and get the good rod first. Horsey, where are you hiding? All over the place, okay. Alright, so... wait, can't we even go here? Or did we get blocked before we passed through? Dang it. Route 6. So Route 6 is where we probably want to go to lock in the Slowpoke dupe and avoid getting at other places once we have Surf. Guarantee Horsey with the good rod. You know, rather than dither about, I might just go for it. I don't really want to wait ages just to find this thing. I mean, I guess it's not ages. I just didn't want to have to pass through all of those other areas. You know what? Oh, wait. Let's check the early locations just to be on the safe side. So, Pallet Town. Can't guarantee what I want. Meridian City. Can't guarantee it. No. Four, no. Route 10, no. The trouble is that I could guarantee Slowpoke in a decent number of places right now, just to block it off as a dupe. But that would depend on me getting a 1% chance from fishing, and that's just so much work that I'm not willing to go through. I don't love how there's a Thunderstone in the power plant when there isn't a single Pokemon in the power plant who can evolve with a Thunderstone. Wait, never mind, Pikachu was there. I forgot about that one. What about Celadon? If I fish there... Nothing. Alright, we're just gonna go and get the Super Rod. I feel like that'll simplify a lot of this routing. I guess that was a waste of time. I did not need to fly back to that spot. Alright, let's just keep heading south. This camper guy. Has a Nidoran male and a Nidorino. You know what? Especially since you're blocking an item. Oh. Never mind. You know what? I'll leave school bag up front for the moment. That moment didn't last long, did it? Well, those are just magic carpet this next fight. Yeah, we'll go with seed bag. Do I actually need a cut to traverse this? I can't remember. It's been so long since I've played this game. Also, fair heads up, I think we're gonna go for about another hour, and then I'll probably call it, because I'm feeling really tired today, folks. I don't know what the deal is, but I know the deal is. Right, that's where all the grass encounters on this route are. I kind of forgot that was a thing. Anyway, Route 13. Now this is just kind of going to be a gauntlet of trainers. How did I not get caught by any of those? Where's the duo? Oh, maybe those two are just back-to-back opponents. So the fun thing is, you can bait those guys to come down low enough, I think, that they'll get out of the way and let you slip past them, or slip behind them, but I don't know if there's any good reason to do that. Sweet, keep you up. Oh yeah, I think it's just saying look over there. I don't know if I really care to try and get past that biker dude who has 3 coughings. I think I would rather just take my chances with the guy with a bunch of basic flying types. All things considered, one trainer on this entire route thought is a pretty good way to have things go, especially since I was just kind of lucky to get past all of the guys along that walkway. Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Spearow, Fearow. It's just gonna be a one Thunderbolt apiece deal. That said, then we have another route ahead of us. Oh, you're kidding me. You jerk. So we still have to get past this guy. But I think we can do it safely by baiting out the guy above him. So come out to here. I should probably put dig in the first slot. It's irrelevant for this fight. It is Schoolbag's stab move. Times we gotta teach you this lesson, old man. Really, apparently at least once more. Really? Fine. I don't know why I did that like that. I wish the map showed where the trainers are on Cerebi. I was hoping that was going to be the Zinc. Oh right, you can shortcut this entire part of the route by going the top path, I think. Anyway, Route 15. I should swap. Just some leading. Sorry, Bellsprout, I already have seed bag. Okay, I don't think I can skip this guy. Oh, maybe I can. TM18 is up there. What is TM18? Rain Dance. Okay, I can manage without that for now. Meanwhile, this guy gives the EXP share for 50 Pokemon recorded in the Pokedex. It's so mean. Okay, I was about to be confused. Like, wait, I thought that led straight into Fuchsia. Give me the good rod. I'm begging you. We're free. So actually, we can start using the good rod right away if we want, because the only legal encounter in this pool next to us with the good rod is Poliwag. Now, the thing we have to pay attention to when we manage to fish up a Poliwag is, what does Handbag trace? Of course. Out of three polls, we have gotten the least common Pokemon all the times. It is a 60% chance to get Poliwag here, but the game doesn't want me to have fun right now. Stop. Thank you. What are we tracing? Damp, that is not the Poliwag we want. So, simply flee. You know, it is occurring to me right now just how valuable Damp could be against exploding Pokemon, but no, I'm sticking with my original plan. Especially because water types are pretty dang common. Okay. That was Fuchsia. That was our encounter in Fuchsia. Came to nothing. I should probably write that down. This is one of the most annoying Pokemon centers to get to, just because you have to do this whole loop. Okay, so that's where the substitute move tutor is. I didn't remember, but I knew it was a thing. I didn't remember where it was, but yeah. This is the warden's house, isn't it? Oh, well, that isn't what I meant to do. Let's just make this quick. I thought there might be a water patch over here, and I was too lazy to look at the map. Alright, we've been to Fuchsia. Start checking some other locations, so... Start from Vermilion City and work our way out. Well, we won't actually go to Vermilion. We won't actually get our encounter in Vermilion, because we want to put things in favor of getting Staryu there. Especially since I would prefer to have a Staryu with Natural Cure over Illuminate, which means trying to scout it. Anyway, Route 6 is north of there. And that is a place that we want to go. There's a good chance the rest of the stream will just be catching Pokemon. I don't know that we'll do much more battling in the time we have left. Later, Rafkin. Okay, do we have Water Absorb on this Poliwag? Of course not. Route 6 is a no-go. That is okay. We have a lot of routes to check. If we duck out to Route 11, just east of Vermilion, we can go for a Horsey. And Horsey, I don't think it actually matters. Yeah, it's just Swift Swim. And it is a decent Pokemon, or at least it will be when it evolves into Seadra. At least that's with the odds. Because Krabby is a 60% encounter right here. I do love this music. Gen 3 music is just so good. They pushed those little Game Boy speakers to the limit when they were figuring out these soundtracks, and it was absolutely worth it. Shocker. I'm not doing that to skip the music, to be clear. I'm just doing it because I want to watch the entire cutscene over and over and over again. Barely even put her line in the water before saying not a nibble on those last couple. Finally. Hello, horsey. I'm gonna try for... Sorry, I'm taking a second to think through my remaining encounters, because I'm like, wait... Should I try for the nest ball? Sorry, I'm trying to think through who is left. Can't remember if there's even another location for Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. I don't think there is, but it's possible. Oh. Oh. The thing is, I can't use a nest ball on execute. You know what? Let's go for the nest ball. We are never going to have a better opportunity to use it. Especially because I want to use the net ball on Poliwag or Poliwhirl, whichever one I actually wind up getting. This will be our bag of of oats. Because it's a horse, get it? It's so clever. Okay, so we've locked in Horsey. That was Route 11. I do kind of miss, like, this level of map complexity where you have a few layer routes that are intersecting but blocked off. I don't necessarily like all the backtracking in Sinnoh, but I like this approach. Okay, so that means Route 12 is off the table. I don't think there's any water on Route 8. So if we take a look at the map, we're holding off on Vermilion City, then Route 6, Fuchsia, Route 11, there's nothing on Route 12. Real quick, actually. Did 13 and 14 have anything? Nothing on Route 13. No water on Route 14. And no water on Route 15. Okay, so we can ignore those areas. Which means we want to be looking at Route 10. And also Cerulean City and the routes around it. So 10, 9, 24, and 25. Route 10. Nothing. Route 9 doesn't have water, I believe. Can't fish in Cerulean City, which is shocking. Wait, can you? Is there anywhere in Oh, I guess you could fish from surfing. So, hang on. Why is it showing fishing locations? It's because you can be in Cerulean City, but outside the fence by surfing from another route. Like the way you do to get to Mewtwo's cave. I don't think you can fish in Misty's gym. Wait, we're gonna fly up there actually, because I want to test it. I don't even think it matters, because assuming it has the Cerulean City encounters, it doesn't affect anything. It's just Horsey. Or a 1% chance of Slowpoke if I use the Super Rod. I have to try it, just out of curiosity. But I'm pretty sure this is answering the question. Did you know that in the Gen 1 games, you can fish in these statues? It'll crash your game in some places, possibly everywhere, I can't remember. But they do have the collision of a water tile. Anyway. 24 is no good, 25... 25 is worth a visit. I'm leading with the right Pokemon, aren't I? No, I'm not, actually. I'm leading with Seed Bag. It wasn't terrible, because I could put the opponent to sleep, but... what I want up front is Handbag. Play nice this time. There we go. Okay, Seedbag is choosing to drag this out. Netball, here we go. That is a weirdly green looking netball. I'm used to the Hoenn sprite for it mostly. So, I know. This will make more sense when it evolves. But this is Punching Bag. Alright, we've gotten those. We've locked in 2 of those encounters. We don't have a Slowpoke, and we don't have a Starmie yet. Staryu. Let's go visit Pallet Town since you can catch Staryu from fishing there. Yeah, so it's Pallet Town, Vermilion City, and Cinnabar Island for our purposes. Hang on, I'm trying to remember, actually. HM's... Frog. No, I don't care about where to find them. I want to know which badges I need. There we go. So, in order to surf, I need the soul badge, which is from Koga. Is there anywhere that I'm actually willing to try and fish up a slowpoke? You know what? It's a 5% chance in Viridian City I can make that happen. I don't care about its ability. As nice as it would be to get own tempo, this thing is not going to live long term. Its function is as a sacrificial Pokemon who may at some point in its life manage to use Yawn, except no it won't because I can't even catch it. Oh wait, no, I can catch it at level 15. Okay, it might at some point in its life manage to use Yawn. That is its potential. And you know what? I don't feel like Slowpoke is bothered by that. Viridian City. Let's see if we can manipulate this with old Murphy's Law of Pokemon. Which is still purely my superstition, but first pull, Gyarados. I am doing this on speed up, by the way, because we're dealing with a 5% encounter rate. For what it's worth, Gyarados is not the most common thing here. It's Poliwag and Poliwhirl. Gyarados is a 15% encounter, and it was our first 2 encounters. You know what? I'll go to the far side on the assumption that it would take Slowpoke a while to get over to the side that I was on. Unfortunately, Poliwag is actually really fast, which makes it hard to run from. I think it's faster than Poliwhirl. At least this time I'm dealing with bad luck when the odds are actually against me instead of when they're in my favor. Somehow bad luck feels so much worse when, statistically speaking, it shouldn't be happening. I'm just swapping to something that can run away successfully. So many not slowpokes. So for what it's worth, it's a 1 in 20 chance for this thing to turn up. Which I think means it doesn't start looking unrealistic, really, until about 40 failures. And even then, it's tenuous how unrealistic it is. I want to double check something. Wait, not Meridian City. I wanted Meridian City. Okay, super odd 5%. I just wanted to double check with Mobilepedia. Make sure it wasn't like a typo in Cerebi. There we go. Slowpoke, do you want to just, you know, do you want to just hop in? No, okay. Okay, welcome to the team, sort of. Slowpoke. And I'm sorry, but I actually like the Slowpoke line. It's just in this particular Nuzlocke, it is arguably a worse encounter than Onyx. This is Trash Bag. Well, look at how much our team lineup has fleshed out in the last few minutes. And thanks to all that, we can now try to lock in a Starmie. Starmie isn't a wild encounter. I don't think it is anyway. Yeah. We can try and lock in a Staryu. Off to Pallet Town. So like I said, we're gunning for we are gunning for Natural Cure, not Illuminate. Because Illuminate has no application in battle. Gyarados just really wants me to know that it's around. Just get like 5 Krabbies before a single Staryu, even though they're the exact same odds. And a Kingler for some reason. That's 3. Okay, it beat my prediction. Credit where it's due. I was actually desperately hoping for a shiny Staryu. Wait. Oh no. Oh wait, I can just switch out and back in. Never mind. It's like, wait a second, I did not pay attention to what exactly I was up against here. Also, it is low enough level to know recover, which is nice. Okay, we don't want you. Alright, Vermilion City has them. Now that's more like it. Thank you. That's less like it. No thank you. I know you can have natural cure. Alright. We get another attempt at Cinnabar, and if that doesn't work, we can try one more time at one island, if we choose to go to one island. Looks like I'm rolling with other water types for now. Okay, while I'm thinking about it, we are going to break out these guys. And just get them up a few levels. And by a few, I mean get them up to like level 30. Let's just have the team at a reasonable level for where we are. We've got the candies for it. So, Horsey, just taking a quick look at the level up moveset, see if there's anything we want to keep an eye out for. I don't think it matters hugely. At some point we're going to have to fight Blaine, which means these water types are most likely to come into play then. It's at level 47. Okay. We do not have to... Oh, actually. if we want Hydro Pump for that, we would have to hold off on evolving Horsey. I don't know if we really care all that much, though. Meanwhile, there's Poliwag. Body Slam at 31, Belly Drum at 37. It might be worth holding out until 37 with that in mind. I don't think we care that much about Hydro Pump on that one. So I plan to run it as a physical attacker. Its physical attack is higher than its special attack, and it's the only fighting type we get a hold of, is the main thing. So yeah, I don't think we care at all about Hydro Pump. We might want to hold on for Belly Drum. And I think that's the only relevant difference, so... yeah, okay, so we'll go ahead and evolve of Oats. We won't evolve when it's time, and we won't evolve Punching quite yet. Sorry for the jarring change of music. Go ahead and get rid of the Onyx tab. Am I trying to allow for anything particular in Jolteon? Do I need to level up by a certain point? Definitely 42, because I like the idea of having Thunder Wave. I don't really care that much about Double Kick. Eevee learns Bite at 30, so yeah. Looks like 30 is probably the relevant point. I can go till 36, though, if I want. Might as well. There's a fair chance I wind up considering Baton Pass at some point. I don't know why there's a cursor on Leafy. Unless Sandbag has just been eating the blood of his enemies. I definitely learn Bite. I absolutely want Bite. I absolutely don't need Helping Hand. This is the fastest any Slowpoke has ever done anything, let alone leveled up. I don't even know if I care to try possible gambles on Disable. Alright. I think that's our team up to date now. Only other thing that I can really think of that we might want to take care of is whether we want to teach anyone any TMs. I'll hang on to the... So, let's go through the list real quick. Water Pulse could be useful, particularly on Horsey. Because apparently it doesn't learn Bubble Beam by level up in this generation. Poliwhirl also doesn't... Poliwag and Poliwhirl also don't learn Bubble Beam by level up. But again, I'm less concerned about them. The plan is to use them for physical fighting type moves. Physical fighting type sets. Unfortunately, that does leave them a bit lacking in coverage, so I probably will have a water move on them, but I just don't know that I'd justify specifically spending a single-use TM on them. I was hoping to have a Starmie, or a Staryu that would know Bubble Beam. I need to give some thought to what level up moves I'm going to keep on Starmie. Which ones I need to grab while it's still Staryu. Ah. Okay. So there's Water Pulse. I want to use that there. Ice Beam, Giga Drain, I'm hanging on to both of those for other Pokemon. Thunderbolts is for Jolteon. Return could wind up being decent on Poliwrath, just because it, again, is short on coverage. Brick Break, Shock Wave. So, Brick Break is going to be going onto Punching as soon as Punching is able to use it, but it doesn't have arms right now. Kind of surprised that I still haven't used Aerial Ace, but there aren't many great targets for flying type moves in this game, I feel like. Especially now that we're past the grass gym, so... Oops. Anyway, we will go ahead and teach of Oats Water Pulse. That way we have a water type attacker. Eventually that'll get replaced, it'll be Surf, but I like the idea of having a water type attacker before then. And we've gotten Jolteon's best coverage move onto Sandbag in preparation for evolution. The fact that Bite from Eevee is its best level up coverage in this generation is kind of insane, but anyway. Okay, we got one more thing I want to do. And that is park ourselves in Fuchsia City. To have us in place to do the Safari game next time. Because that's the next priority. And the actual Safari game portion should be fairly simple. I know who we want to catch. I want execute. We can do that just in the first area, right off the bat. Unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do to prevent Nidorino being an alternative. It just is in all of the areas, just like execute. The only thing I think we could even consider is, do we want our risk to be Nidorino or Nidoran? Yeah, skimming through it, we can only make our odds worse, because I believe Scyther is an encounter somewhere, and Scyther is also a legal option for this run. Oh, never mind. Scyther is Fire Red only. Anyway, lowest Nidorino goes... Lowest the Nido we don't have goes is 5%, I believe. And the highest execute goes is 20%. And yep, that's uniform across the entire Safari Zone. So we can do quite literally nothing. Wait, I just had an idea. Hold up. Oh, hold up. The trouble is that if I want to do that, I've already screwed myself. If we had a level 25 Pokemon, we could lead it while repelling in Area 2, which would block out Nidoran, which only appears at level 24, while still leaving us the chance to encounter Execute, which can appear between levels 23 and 25. Okay, I absolutely should have thought of that sooner, but we have a method as long as we delay getting Execute, which should be fine, because Execute isn't a good choice for at least the next gym. We should at least be able to get Surf and pick up at our, I think, one remaining other encounter before then. Okay, so that is possible to manip, actually. We should be able to guarantee Execute if we wait until we've got another Pokemon, so that we can get a Pokemon below what we have all of our Pokemon at now, because I was just dumb and decided to level up literally everything. Okay, well, that's going to change up the plans for next time. We're going to have to figure out Koga and just kind of dive in to take care of that. We will still have to do the Safari Zone, but we'll probably level up a few times and just rappel our way all the way through. I'll do some research, make sure that actually works. Anyway, that's gonna be it, folks. I will look and confirm that there is no one that I care to raid. Yep, okay. That's gonna be it, folks. I do appreciate y'all joining. Hopefully tomorrow I won't be as incredibly tired. So yeah, we should be able to make some good progress. I realize this run has been going pretty slow. I'm just not taking things at a fast pace. I could be going faster, but I'm not. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate y'all. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye.